Muy buenas a todos, estamos en Sherlock Holmes Chapter 1, directo número 6 y por lo que yo tengo entendido, este juego no es tan largo como parece, de hecho le queda poca trayectoria. Lo que está vinculado toda la trama principal a su madre, como ya hemos comentado antes, y por lo que yo recuerdo quedaban 2 puertas por abrir en la mansión y por tanto coleccionables que completar, aunque hay cosillas que yo compré que no he visto porque seguramente están en las habitaciones cerradas. Entonces vamos, en el último directo estábamos mirando un asuntillo bastante turbio de una violación a una inmigrante de la isla, una refugiada, y habíamos descubierto que su agresor era un funcionario del ayuntamiento. Entonces, después de seguirle la lógica, tenemos la posibilidad de ayudar a la gente refugiada de esa isla, o podemos identificar a ese señor que murió, pero vamos, que no quiero yo alargar mucho. ¿Dónde estoy yo ahora? Yo debería estar cerca del ayuntamiento. Este tío trabajaba por aquí. ¿Qué puedo decir? Me interesa este del archivo. Deputy Chief Archivist no es otro. Chief Archivist tampoco. Thomas Norton, o sea, está clarísimo, ¿no?
Have you thought it all through?
Almost. The refugees, what will happen to them?
Well, I wouldn't be standing here in this fancy office if I didn't know how to pull the right strings. In fact, it's the only thing I know. The local governor will receive a decree signed by the House of Lords containing a request to patriate the refugees in the name of the Crown.
From where did you gain such influence?
I never asked you how you found the photograph. So don't ask the magician how he performs his tricks.
But how can I believe you?
Ugh, I presume you do believe in my selfishness. The initiator of the refugee salvation will be none other than the British envoy, savior and protector of those in need. It's a win situation for me, too. Now, what about the photograph?
You deserve to be punished, but the greater good is what matters here. I won't bargain it for justice for Naylor.
I'm glad that this situation is over.
It will be over when you settle the matter of the refugees.
You have my word, Mr. Holmes.
Bueno, hemos vuelto a la galería.
Mr. Holmes, you've returned. Have you uncovered anything new about the theft?
I've brought news, but not all of it will please you.
Fill me in, Mr. Holmes. I won't shoot the messenger.
I tracked down Boniface Mercurio.
I presume he wasn't delighted about the situation.
He was not having a good day on account of his murder. Killed in his own flat by the same person that stole his painting.
Oh, sweet Mercurio, perishing in the pursuit of his art. How apt. I will miss his exceptional sense of humor.
I located the thief, but found him rather cold. He was tight-lipped about the painting, too.
Huh, he's dead. How very droll, Mr. Holmes. Warren presumes you were not responsible.
It was an accident at the refugee camp. He impaled himself on his own knife.
Life is nothing if not cruel and capricious. What about the stolen painting? Have you located it?
Unfortunately, I could not locate the missing...
Oh, Mr. Holmes, such
I'm afraid...
I suppose if you... Oh, but I can tell. What happened to your crew?
No truth.
It was not an attack, Mr. Holmes.
It is what it is.
Well, now that we've resolved all of our outstanding... I am told it belonged to your mother.
And what exactly have you sent me?
Frankly, I'm not sure how to answer that. I trust you'll know.
O sea, debido a que no...
Thank you.
A que no hice lo que me faltó hacer. Me faltó el cuadro. Y eso no me gusta. Ya, yo voy a hacer la misma conclusión. Pero me falta info.
An impressive slice of life. The police had a lot on him and at the same time, nothing at all. Amateurs.
Oficina, zona sudeste de Escaladio Baza Road. Zona sudeste de Escaladio Baza Road. Cerca del cruce con Roman Road. Vale, que ese bicho no es. Está al lado del ayuntamiento. Ah, mira, que hay una moneda.
no sign of a hint. The vase was broken recently, though. Perhaps the vandal left some tracks.
Lovely to see you.
A fresh newspaper? I wish you pleasant reading.
Looks like our little vandal is a dog. Let's see where he went.
Hola Dani, ¿qué tal? Estoy buscando ahora una empresa. Que no está aquí, está aquí. Lo de elemental es un chiste que he visto yo. Que no está mal, pero esta puerta tan maravillosa. ¿Sabes lo que pasa? Que yo podía terminar la misión, pero me faltó recuperar la obra de arte. Un poquito. Y entonces como que sentía que la misión estaba incompleta. Ahí. Entonces, arriba dice dónde está, pero yo voy al sitio y no lo encuentro. Estoy un poquito ciega, ¿no? Hola, Nois, ¿qué tal? Estoy intentando buscar un sitio ahora en el mapa para completar bien la misión porque me falta un cuadro. Vale. Eh, Hostia, ¿en serio? Claro, no está donde estoy mirando. No sabía yo que tuvieras que hacer el de babysitter.
These workers don't look like your average Cordona folk.
They're
Dale, ahora sí.
refugees from the camp. This earthenware came a long way from the Staffordshire potteries. Porcelain friend for every child. Shipped from Cape Town. The wine route from colony to colonies. An essential remedy against sea scourge on any ship.
That's our way in,
Bernadotte
Sheriff.
doesn't miss an opportunity to occupy every niche in the market.
Pues tendremos que disfrazarnos, ¿eh? A juzgar por cómo se visten, llevan la ropa esta, sombrero de bombín y... bueno, sombrero de bombín sobre todo. Ah, menos mal que hay un... Por la fuerza no voy a entrar, eso está claro.
Don't miss out on my Let's pick something that suits you.
Ya, necesito esto, mató a un callejero.
Don't leave. Take one more look.
Si no tengo
Let's
dinero.
pick something that suits you.
No tengo dinero, tío.
Be careful with what you've taken.
A ver. Tampoco
Don't
tengo
miss
el
out on my... Let's pick something that suits you.
Bueno, eso tiene su cosa, espérate. Luego.
Don't leave. Take one more look. Let's pick something that suits you. Don't leave. Take one more look.
No tengo más money, sorry. Vamos a ver si me sirve esto. Tiene que ser callejero porque es como se vestían los demás.
Hola.
Hostia, qué susto. Hola, Laura.
Hey, yo. This is private property. You lost something.
I'm here to discuss business with Mr. Bernadotti. I tried the front door, but...
Mr. Bernadotti isn't seeing anyone. You have 3 seconds to walk away or you'll never walk again. Capito?
It's in Mr. Bernadotti's best interest to...
1,
Listen, the man Bernadotti sent to...
2.
La toman por
I
culo.
did try to resolve this peacefully.
I'm coming for you.
Don't bother moving. You've lost.
Ya.
No more crime for you until next month.
The snuff's ready.
Don't cry.
Give him the pepper.
Take a rest.
The snuff's ready. Time to knock this guy. Give him the pepper snuff.
Está vacío en el quimera, ¿eh?
The snuff's ready.
Azul añil, ¿no? Pero la cosa es que combine con tus ojos, ¿sabes? Es el truco.
You can overcome the brute now.
I could miss the party.
No more.
Give him the pepper snuff.
A ver, no.
I'm coming.
Don't bother moving. You've...
The snuff's ready.
No, puedo matarlo, pero es que me dan más dinero si los arresto. Es como un bonus. Ahora puedo investigar libremente.
You've disappointed me so much,
¿Por qué?
Sherlock.
Bueno. No, muchas puertas, pocas respuestas. Y ahí dentro hay algo, pero...
You've disappointed me so much, Sherlock.
¿Qué dice? Algunas cajas están llenas de limones. Yo estoy dentro, pero no veo yo.
You've disappointed me so much, Sherlock.
Yo creo que habrá que mirar bien las puertas. Esta creo que es la salida.
Sherry, look! This seems familiar.
An amazing piece of culture. I imagine many collectors and museums would be interested in having it. Masks, traditional for the Chokwe people of Central Africa. A Dogon statue from West Africa. A century old at least.
Sí,
The
trafican
edge-brindley
con
flow
armas.
blue tableware.
Gracias.
This is what lies behind the facade of Bernadotte Company Limited.
Muchas gracias por pasarte. A ver. No.
Let's see what's hidden there. Vogel's stolen painting. Isn't it curious how it developed into a much more interesting case?
No, sir. Don't hurt me.
It's all right. I won't harm you.
Like you didn't. Harm the folks on the way here.
Don't come any closer. One step and I'll shred you to pieces.
Keep standing in my way and no one will ever see you again.
Righto. Yes. Yep. Well, excuse me, sir. I think I hear... I've got to... It's better I leave.
Whoa. Oh, wow. That was as if somebody put my words in your mouth. This is it. This is where all the magic happens.
Please don't shoot me. I have a family. Spare me.
So, you've cut through all the guards just to talk to me. Then come here, and we shall talk. Whenever you're ready. I'd hate to intrude.
A ver.
Bad news. The thug you sent to the refugee camp only succeeded in stabbing himself. His next and final journey will be to the morgue.
Hold your horses. Who the hell are you?
Sherlock Holmes. And you are Niccolo Bernadotte, a
Few men would dare waltz into my office. This is private property. Give me one reason.
Mr. Bernadotte, do you know the name Boniface Mercurio?
I do not.
Mercurio was a local artist. Recently, a man broke in. The thief was...
You are test...
In a moment, the connect... As I said, he was there to kidnap a woman, but the other refugees intervened to try and save. He sported the same tattoo as your men in the...
You have no idea what you are talking about. The refugees in the camp are on edge.
For what reason was...
Why would I answer?
I was hired, privately, to My investigation led me to a...
That is quite a stretch. Why?
Interestingly enough,
I buy and sell a lot of things. I presume you were hired by the owner. So, when you barged into my office, Mr. Holmes, I got the... Tell me.
It was necessary groundwork. I have enough evidence to conclude that the gallery thief, the art...
Your time is almost...
Before you draw your gun, there is one. The young woman your man was tasked to collect from the That violation was captured in a photograph by
Finally.
It is what your man was after when he broke into Mercurio's apartment, and...
You have the photograph with...
I am not naive enough to carry it with me, but I know the man in the photo is a British
I must admit, I'm rather impressed by how comprehensive my business dealings are often arduous. In return, I will make sure...
Also known as blackmail, the modus operandi.
It was not originally my idea. In response, the envoy hired my man to retrieve the painting and the photograph, eliminating Mercurio's leverage. I only learned the whole story after the artist was killed in his home.
And rather than extricate yourself, instead you took over Mercurio's venture.
It fell into my lap. As a businessman, I simply seized the opportunity. Now,
I saw refugees from the camp at your warehouse. They work for you.
I have made certain arrangements.
And how much?
I have heard no
Why did you send...
Without a photograph, I thought the girl was...
I could not help but appreciate the collection of smuggled artifacts in...
Oh, hi, and I pay generous rates to developing
The very
I have traveled while the tax on... and
Why should I give you the photograph?
Just name your price.
What if my You claim to have connections, Mr. Bernadotte.
Ha! I do. The woman who was violated will have her own. She will no longer be a... It will be neither fun and as for her.
So in your...
Seems like it. Simply give me...
Me faltan pistas, ¿eh?
The front door's now open, sir. You can leave through it. If you want, of course.
I suppose it's Mr. Bernadotte with our fine governor. 1875. It's taken a few years back. John, how many people in Cordona have a photograph with the governor, do you think?
You definitely don't have one. Sherry, don't you think this office suits me?
Aunque se puede negociar con el hombre, lo mejor es ir al otro porque es el que realmente maneja todos los hilos, ¿sabes? Ah, pero yo... ¿Por dónde salí yo? Por aquí. No, ya hice todos los diálogos. Al final, a veces es por una tontería, ¿sabes? Porque no vi esto.
Bernadotte Company Limited Trade Network reaches the most distant colonies of the great empire.
It must be very convenient for a man like Bernadotte.
A veces es por no ver un cuadro. ¿Ves? Ya está. Porque no leí el cartel, el póster. ¿El cuadro me lo llevo o no me lo llevo? Bueno, ese es el cuadro que robaron. En fin, volvamos al ayuntamiento. No puedo. Solo basta con decir que sé dónde está. Lo más inteligente es ir al origen del mal. El político es... Al fin y al cabo el otro es un mafioso. No puede cambiar el sistema realmente.
Have you thought it all through?
Almost.
Well, the...
But you...
Mr. Holmes, you've returned. Have you uncovered anything new about the theft?
I've brought news, but not all of it will please you. I located the thief.
What about...
I found the painting, but I could not retrieve it.
Well then, where is it?
In Bernadotti's office.
Bernadotti? That shady businessman? Why would he steal it from me?
I'm afraid you'll have to ask him yourself.
I take it you found something more then. What happened to your crusade of truth? Was it not that important, after all?
No truth will satisfy you, Mr. Vogel.
It was not an attack, Mr. Holmes. If you...
It is...
Well, now that we've resolved all of... I am told it belongs...
And what
Frankly, I'm not sure how...
Previously you mentioned there may have been more to my mother's passing than consumption. It appears you were right.
Oh dear. I'd hoped to be wrong.
She was unstable, mentally unwell. She required sustained specialized treatment, but her madness persisted.
I knew that Violet had disappeared from the public eye, but had no idea of her suffering. I cannot imagine what you're feeling.
I'm fine. Thank you, Mr. Vogel.
Me han dado un poquito más de dinero, en vez de 70 a 80. Por resolverlo bien. Ahora nos cambiamos de ropita. Avanzamos con la misión principal. Parece ser que hay otra misión aquí. A ver, tenemos una misión nueva aquí. En el periódico. Vamos a mirar primero. Sí, es todo maquillaje.
I wish to be alone.
¿Y por qué me sale que tengo una misión aquí?
Killed with one perfect shot to eat.
A ver. Guerra de bandas no. Pelea de ricos no. A ciegas. Enviar mensaje. Nada de eso.
Killed with one.
Ruinas antiguas. La gente habla de que han asesinado a un hombre en las ruinas antiguas en Gran Sarai. Aparentemente le dispararon en ambos ojos. Eso hace dudar de la credibilidad del asunto, pero merece la pena investigarlo. Estoy en las ruinas, ¿no? Bueno, esto es más bien un cementerio, pero... Me he equivocado de sitio, ¿eh?
Good day, sir.
Merhaba. Good day to be alive.
And by extension, a poor day to take a bullet. Why are you just standing there?
I came to take the deceased to the cemetery, but caught sight of Mother Nature's bounty and had to drink my fill. He won't mind anyway. Let me tell you, friend. The sweet sea air, the calming whisper of the waves, it's a salve for all ills.
Do you know what happened here?
Officer said there was a duel, shots fired, and then that fellow took his last breath. Reminds me of last year.
So the inspectors have been and gone?
Of course. Police don't let an undertaker do his work before they finish theirs.
You mentioned a previous incident.
It was in the old city ruins. I remember the deceased was very rich. Front page news, very, very rich he was. But a coin makes a poor shield, as I always say. And who needs it when a view like this is free?
Who died?
Oh, no, mister. It is not my place to say.
Not your place. Nonsense. As you say, he won't mind. We're done.
Ah, todavía no ha cogido el cadáver. Vale, pues tengo tiempo para investigar.
This man is no more. He's ceased to be. He's expired and gone to meet his maker. He's a stiff. Bereft of life, he rests in peace. You
a
know
Webley
the rest.
top-break revolver. Blank cartridges filled with a wax-covered gelatin bullet. Effectively harmless even at close range, but leaves a nice red splash on impact. Predictably, the rumors were exaggerated. The blindfold is intact, with both eyes unharmed. The bullet entered the heart at an angle, implying it was fired from an elevated position. He died instantly. A key for a birdcage? I'll take it.
Bueno. Ese hombre pretendía fingir el duelo, por lo que veo.
A blindfold, discarded or lost.
De espaldas al enemigo.
Your opponent was behind you. The duelist eventually reloaded his gun, but all the cartridges were filled with red non-lethal rounds.
No hables del club de duelos a ciegas. Nunca desaproveches la oportunidad de practicar. No provoques derramamiento.
Gosh, how exciting. I always wanted to be a member of a club. I bet you couldn't join. No good at following orders, are you, Sherry?
Ah, the contest then. I shall prove my blind devotion, so to speak, to their inane rules, and you shall eat your words. Blank cartridges filled with red wax-covered gelatin bullets. Most assuredly non-lethal, if rather theatrical on impact. A case for dueling Webley revolvers. The corner of the box is broken, likely from being dropped.
Me falta algo.
You know what? That Undertaker has a point. It is beautiful here.
Red stains, relatively fresh. A Lamat revolver, .42 caliber. One chamber is empty, the others are filled with live rounds.
Hay una tercera persona. No. No.
The victim was killed by someone up on the wall. It may have been the referee who took advantage of the duelists while they were blindfolded. This seems plausible, but I must consider all options. What if there was another person here?
O sea, lo vio factible, pero no era real.
You're not even trying, Sherry. Concentrate.
The victim was killed by someone up on the wall. There may have been someone else here, a fourth person waiting for an opportunity to strike.
Sometimes I think beauty can blind. Did he see it all around him?
The deceased was a member of the Blind Dueling Club, hence the blindfold. Do you know of it?
Never heard of such a thing.
Enough tomfoolery.
I told you that's his business, not yours. What does this have to do with me? I'm not sure what to say.
We're done.
¿Qué hora es? 16:48. He incumplido. No. No hable del club a ciegas. Nunca desaproveche.
Sometimes I... Did he...
Can we please leave the nattering behind?
Oh, friend, relax. Doesn't ring a bell. Doesn't ring a bell. I'm not sure what to say. Doesn't ring a bell. Doesn't ring a bell.
There is more to this case than meets the eye. The victim fell not to his dual opponent, but a hidden marksman in the ruins. Abandon your oversimplistic ideals and tell me the name of the deceased so his killer can be caught.
Ah, that is wrong, to be sure. Okay, the man's name was Eric von Staub. I heard the officers say that he lived in Scaladio.
At last.
Vale. Ok, entonces, para yo averiguar más cosas del hombre, tendré que ir al ayuntamiento, por lógica. Porque es donde tienen el censo y todo eso.
A contest for the guests of Cordona.
May I
Find
ask for your
hidden
assistance?
treasure. There is no amount of money that would make me talk.
Distrito, escalable. En Baskerville Street, entre Vernet Street y Bonaparte. Aquí.
Extra, extra! Frost! Interested in some Cordona news? Check the front page. You won't regret it.
Miss von Staub is awaiting the police, sir. Perhaps you might visit on another day.
Ok, si espera la policía, tendremos que disfrazarnos de policía.
Good day, officer. Miss von Staub awaits you in her boudoir. It appears the parents are dearly missed. Our beloved parents, 1875, Baden-Baden. Rest in peace. How many German composers feature here? Good day, miss. I regret to disturb you at this tragic time, but could you spare a moment?
Oh, officer. I've been waiting. Is his body still in that horrible place?
A horrible place? I should introduce you to the Undertaker. But first, you and I shall get to know one another. I am Officer Holmes. I take it you are Magda von Staub, the sister of the deceased?
Oh, pardon me. Yes, I am.
My deepest condolences, Miss von Staub. Your brother's body will be returned to you shortly, as I believe the case will soon be closed. Nevertheless, there remain some formalities requiring attention. May I ask you a few questions?
Oh, if you must. But I'm unsure if I will be of much help.
Forgive my intrusion, but I must inquire about your bruises. Did you take a tumble?
Oh, I have a weak disposition. It is not so bad, but my skin marks more easily than a peach. It is the least of my sorrows.
But, Miss von Staub, I can tell you suffered new bruises even before the old ones had healed.
I have nothing more to add, Officer Holmes. It is what it is.
Do you know if Mr. von Staub had any enemies? Someone that may have sought to do him harm?
Enemies? I don't know. He and I did not discuss such matters, and he was rarely called upon by visitors. My brother's only guests were his friendly contests, but I was not allowed to participate. I merely heard it all from my room.
Contests?
Eric would practice shooting on the patio, and occasionally friends would join him, but I couldn't tell you if they ever argued.
Where were you when your brother died, Miss von Staub?
I was here painting Eric's portrait. My God, you could have asked the servants.
Alas, I needed to hear it from your lips. May I take a look at Mr. von Staub's room? His personal effects may prove invaluable in our understanding of the case.
Please do. Here's the key.
Look at those vases, Sherry. Bet they cost a fortune. Would be a shame if someone broke them. I love it when you're reckless. Were those Limoges porcelain?
You have a keen eye.
Well, I suppose it's yours. Next time, shoot with a blindfold.
A wealthy man in his 60s. Sir Barnaby Boddington, 1879. A typical crest for a league or a guild. Club headquarters, 190th anniversary celebration. this whip is well loved and well used.
Vamos a ver. Sí, pero menos 10 y menos 3. Tengo que hacer cinco, luego 1, 3. Tendría que ser 6, a lo mejor. Así. A ver. Y a este le tendría que poner 3 y... Parece que ya tenía...
Frutas en potencia. With a lavender and pine scent.
Bienvenidos a todos los de la raid a mi directo. Estamos investigando la muerte de este señorito. Y estamos en su casa.
A handsome portrait of Eric. Miss von Staub does have talent. The black paint looks thick. It's been mixed with something.
¿Qué más me puede faltar?
The rounds have been emptied.
Curioso. Sí, yo tengo el traje, ¿eh? Para disfrazarme luego.
Excellent score. She covered the locked windows with paintings, but the atmosphere remains oppressive. Sad home for a young woman. The end and the beginning. She covered the locked windows with paintings, but the atmosphere. She covered the locked windows with paintings, but the atmosphere remains oppressive. Sad home for a young woman.
Lo que es curioso que haya algunos disparos ahí, pero bueno.
Thank you for your time, miss. There is an unfinished portrait of your brother in your room. Beautiful to be sure, but one detail drew my attention. Why did you add gunpowder to your black paint?
You entered my room? I thought you were only inspecting Eric's.
It is standard procedure, Miss von Staub. Now, tell me about the gunpowder.
Eric's art was his shooting, and this painting is my tribute to him. It felt appropriate. We're both artists, in different ways. I'm sorry, I don't follow.
I found burnt letters in your brother's room. I believe they were addressed to you.
To me? From whom?
They appear to be from some of your suitors. Why did you burn them?
I didn't. I didn't even know about them.
One of the revolver cases in your brother's room is missing. Do you know where it may be?
I'm not permitted in Eric's quarters. I suppose he must have taken it with him. I don't understand. I don't understand.
It seems you and Mr. Boddington were to be engaged. Were you as thrilled at the prospect as your brother?
Mr. Boddington is not how I had imagined my husband. But it was Eric's choice. I didn't dare dispute it.
Oh, please, let me mourn my brother.
Tendré que buscar a este tío, ¿eh? Me parece a mí.
Good day, officer. Miss von Staub awaits you in her boudoir.
Y están todas.
Good day, officer. Miss von Staub awaits you in her boudoir.
Hola, Sugary, ¿qué tal? Aquí ya he mirado todo. A ver.
Do you know anything about this?
Officer, you should ask someone else. I've no idea, honestly.
Do you know anything about this?
Officer, you should ask someone else. I've no idea, honestly.
Everyone's looking at us, Sherry.
May I ask for your
know
assistance?
what
you're doing?
Officer, you should ask someone else. I've no idea, honestly.
Ay, Dios. Yo creo que investigué todo ya, pero... tengo que investigar. Vale, yo sabía que había que preguntarle a la criada.
Are you able to help me?
I'll gladly tell you everything I know, officer.
Ahora. Que tengo voz de empane yo. Pues lo siento mucho. Es que el día aquí está como muy nublado, hubo sol y todo eso, pero... está el día muy oscuro. ¿Ahora qué hacemos? Yo sé que hay un prometido. El Boddington ese. Bueno, ¿qué le vamos a hacer? Habrá que averiguar algo. Tenemos aquí una foto de un club secreto. Nos quitamos el disfraz. Y como esto es de gente rica, aquí asesinaron al hombre. Y vamos a preguntar por la zona, a ver. Sí, tiene tu nombre, Gran Sarai, sí. Es uno de los distritos del juego, es una isla ficticia. Es como si fuera Chipre o una isla italiana o algo así. A ver, vamos a preguntar a gente rica.
Could you help me?
My dear fellow, you're talking to the right man.
Esta es la mansión de un aristócrata en la zona sur de Gran Sarai y a lo mejor los ciudadanos de clase alta podrían ser de ayuda. El sur de Gran Sarai. Bueno, no te quemes mucho. Bueno, como estamos en la zona sur, vamos a hablar con la gente que parece de postín. Como este señor.
Can I ask you a question?
That's a question I can answer.
Le han dicho que el blasón representa un honorable club de Baskerville Street entre Souls Road y Silent Way. Entonces, en Baskerville Street entre Souls Road y Baskerville Street entre Souls Road y Silent Way. Aquí. Y por aquí hay una monedita, voy a aprovechar. Aquí está. Va. Y ahora, en esta calle, debería haber un edificio con un blasón que se parezca al de la foto.
I'm terribly sorry, sir. Club members only.
Ok. Tengo ya esto, pero me falta lo mejor. Me falta el sombrero, ¿no? El sombrero para hacer más. No tengo mucho sombrero occidental, la verdad. Vamos a ver si con... Vamos a dejar esto por aquí. A ver dónde estaba la mansión. La mansión está aquí. Vamos a marcarlo. Y vamos a ir aquí. Madre mía, Gin Tonic a esta hora.
Simply the finest clothes for the finest
Y
citizens.
por la mañana también, y no te sientes resacosa. Me falta un sombrerito, siempre me falta un sombrerito. Hostia puta, me he gastado un dinero. Bueno, da
A
igual.
perfect choice.
Yo creo que pega. Es digestivo.
Please come in, sir. The gentlemen are waiting for you on the training ground. Down the stairs.
Vale.
Fancy.
Vale, no
Not every
vemos.
manor has a custom floor.
That is the von Kramkrest, the old Prussian noble family. They must be patrons of the club.
Por lo que yo entiendo, los miembros de este club son muy germanófilos. Y está todo en alemán. Oficina del presidente. No derrames sangre. No derramar sangre quiere decir que no mate a nadie.
It's the killer. Shake a leg. Get him.
Time to knock this guy out.
Don't bother moving. You've lost.
No, no me funcionó. No.
Can overcome the brute now.
Too simple.
The snuff's ready.
Es difícil. Hostia. Me van a matar, me van a matar. Mierda.
I'm coming for you.
Give him the pepper snuff.
I'll put you 6 feet under.
Take a rest, my friend.
The snuff's ready. Time to knock this guy out.
No more.
Give him the pepper snuff.
¿Cuánto de caro?
I'm coming for you.
1000 euros. Ah, 200 euros también vale. Los volantes del simulador de coche también valen eso. No es nada extraño.
I'm coming for you.
Aunque para alguna gente son baratos. Depende de cómo lo vea. Tía. ¿Me funciona? No, no me funciona. Me van a matar, tío.
I'm coming for you.
Para alguna gente es barato, ya te lo digo.
Snuff's ready.
Pues el colchón entonces.
Too simple. Give him the pepper snuff.
Don't bother moving.
The snuff's ready. I must say, Sherry, that was near perfect. Could it be that you're not completely
Ah, tengo
hopeless?
que investigar la zona. Se fundó en 1689 por August von Kram, después de una apuesta. Se sustituyeron las balas de verdad por
The same
fogueo.
ingredient was used in the dueling revolver's ammunition. All these places are perfectly secluded, ideal for private duels.
Teniendo en cuenta que los duelos eran inofensivos, ¿por qué mataron al tío ese? Heinrich Wegen von Kram. No puedo, temo por mi vida, debo marcharme.
A nice apricot aroma. Marilyn schnapps, I presume. Half
Uy,
full.
esos son un peligro, los licores con
Two
sabor a
glasses with
fruta.
dregs of alcohol. Should I pour us a drink, John? Glass crushed underfoot with damp traces still visible. The same ingredient was used in the dueling revolver's ammunition.
Voy a dactilar palanca secreta. ¿Y qué abrió exactamente?
Who the devil are you? I won't go down without a fight.
Sherlock Holmes, and if I wanted a fight, you would already be on the floor. Fortunately for you, I'm merely here to ask a few questions.
Is that so? Well, come on, pretty boy. How about I fix that nose of yours? Give it a bit more character.
Enough. Your compatriots attacked me and I responded. They still have their lives, unlike Mr. von Staub.
True. At least you are not a murderer. Fine, you may speak.
Probablemente sangre, pues curioso. Sospechoso es, desde luego.
So you are Mr. von Kram, one of the club's best shots, the referee of the deadly duel, and the prime suspect of the case.
Heinrich Vögen von Kram, but you're incorrect. I am the best shot at the club, and I had nothing to do with Erich's death.
Your clothes tell a different story. The dirt on your trousers confirms your presence in the old ruins, and the red stain on your jacket is from the wax-covered gelatin your club uses for non-lethal rounds. I suspect you took a hit from the other duelist after Mr. von Staub was shot dead. A better shooter would have avoided it.
I am innocent, but if you persist in your slander, that may well change.
Fine. Answer my questions and prove me wrong. Otherwise, I shall simply inform the authorities we have our man.
First violence, now blackmail. Ah, well, I have nothing to hide. You may even search my surrounds.
I'd like to speak with the other competitor.
He left the island. Mr. Dorfman was sure that the killer was after him. He is innocent, I assure you.
Indeed, from his position it would be impossible to fire the bullet at such a downward trajectory, but he was a witness. Shame. So, what transpired in the old ruins?
Everything began as normal. The signatures, choice of weapons. I checked it all, and then blindfolded the duelists. Erich stood to my left, and his opponent, Mr. Dorfman, to my right. Before they could begin, the killer fired. And I'm sure it was not Dorfman.
Why are you so sure?
The sound was different. Not a Webley revolver. And further away. The killer must be an excellent shot to hit the heart.
You said the killer was an excellent shot. Do you suspect someone from the club?
Definitely not. No one from the club would break our rules.
Did you or the other duelist see the murderer?
No. The killer slipped away into the hills, so we turned our attention to Erich. Rest his soul.
And neither of you pursued the culprit?
I will not have my character impugned. We had a...
What transpired after the shooting?
I heard Erich cry out and fall. Mr. Dorfman turned and fired at the killer, but I shouted at him to stop and help. I tried to save Erich, but it was too late. He was gone.
Ah.
I can't help you with this.
You have a nice collection of pistols, Mr. von Kram.
Ah, a fellow connoisseur of firearms. Did something catch your eye?
What caught my eye is a missing Lamat. Where is it?
Ah, that one. I lost it in a bet. A rare failure of mine.
A bet with whom?
That's private, Mr. Holmes, and unrelated to your investigation. I can't help you with this. I can't help you with this. I can't help you with this. I've never seen this before. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what you're talking about.
It seems you owed Mr. von Staub a small fortune.
A fortune to you, perhaps, but a trifle to me. Our debts ebbed and flowed. In our next contest, there was every chance I would win it back. Erich was too concerned about all that. Frankly, he often lacked the demeanor of a nobleman. His progressive tendencies could be grating. I can't help you with this. I can't help you with this. I can't help you with this. I don't know what you're talking about. I can't help you with this. I've never seen this before. I can't help you with this. I can't help you with this.
As it happens, a Lamat .42 caliber revolver was discovered at the crime scene. You said you were missing a Lamat, yes?
I did, but my Lamat was a 36 caliber.
And you can prove that?
My word is proof enough. If I said it, it is true.
Bueno.
How to sharpen one's senses. Addressed to Heinrich von Kram and written with a nervous hand. Arrived just yesterday. Doesn't appear to be the happiest childhood. Cecilia von Kram with Heinrich, Cologne, 1864. Mein Wunder. Recordings labeled in...
Your ability to perceive the world can be developed with work and concentration.
There must be more you can recall from the day of the duel.
I wish.
Yes,
I'm starting.
But this limitation developed your other senses and made you an excellent marksman. So, tell me, did you notice anything else?
I do recall a floral smell. Something artificial. It was sweet and fresh and came from the direction of the killer.
You and Eric were competing for the position of honorary consul, yes? Quite the title.
We were, but he stood no chance. Only a true nobleman could take such a role.
Difficult for him to contest it now.
I've never seen this before. I can't help you with this. I can't help you with this. I can't help you with this. I've never seen this before.
Do you recognize this scent?
Yes. This is it. The smell I noticed at the ruins. Where did you get it? Do you know who killed Eric? Tell me his name.
I need to be elsewhere.
Tendré que hablar con la hermana.
Good day, officer. Miss...
Going on a trip, miss?
No, I'm leaving permanently. This place brought me nothing but sorrow. I am sorry. What do you want?
Thank you for your time, miss.
Me faltan pistas en el otro, tío.
I think the time has come to be honest with each other, Miss von Staub. I'll start with my confession. I misled you in our previous meeting. My name is Sherlock Holmes, and I do not work for the police.
What? I don't understand.
In actuality, I was independently investigating your brother's death and came to an unexpected conclusion.
How? Why?
It was not a tragic accident, miss. It was cold-blooded murder. And I know the culprit.
No. Who is he?
Nice try, but as you well know, I'm talking to the culprit right now.
What? Are you out of your mind?
Certainly not. Allow me to explain how you killed your brother.
This is absurd. I've never even been to that cursed place. None of that makes a whit of sense. This is monstrous.
¿En serio no es eso?
I cannot endure any more of this nonsense.
All that
is left is your...
The law...
The sickness of... That evidence of... Your evidence proves nothing, but it seems you barely care.
Hay algo que no me cuadra, tenía que haber guardado, pero... No, esto no.
Please come in.
Yo espero que se haya guardado.
A remarkable tool to conveniently enhance anything. There must be... yeah, but... Do you recognize...
Yes. I don't know what you're talking about.
You and Eric were I need to be... How to sharpen one's senses. I need to be else. I need to be... Recordings labelled in Braille. How to sharpen one's senses.
Look, Sherry, I'm head of the club.
A ver.
How often do you think they check the submission box? My application deserves prompt consideration.
Doesn't appear to be the happiest childhood. Cecilia von Kramm. I need to be out.
Good day, officer. Miss von Staub awaits you in her boudoir.
Going on a trip, miss?
No, I'm leaving permanent. I am.
I think my name is...
What?
In actuality...
How?
It was not...
No.
Nice try, but...
What?
Certainly not. The missing box in your brother's room contained a Lamat, the same weapon used for the murder. You stole it to kill your brother.
What? No. Eric was obsessed with guns. I bet he simply left that revolver somewhere else.
Yes, it was left somewhere else. The crime scene. Abandoned in panic. A typical feminine response.
No, I've never been to that cursed place.
You hid behind the wall in the ruins. None of the others present could have killed Eric from that position. Both the duelists were blindfolded, and Mr. von Kram is ill-sighted.
So nobody saw anything? Your imagination has run wild.
Ah, but you forget one thing. A blind man's other senses grow stronger. Mr. von Kram detected a lavender and pine scent. That of your ointment.
You're taking the word of a sightless man. This is monstrous.
It is your brother who was monstrous. He was a tyrant, and you could tolerate his abuse no longer.
Living with Eric was a nightmare, yes. But he was my brother.
Now, Miss von Staub, take your time. Tell me the truth.
After our parents died, my life slowly became hell. My brother began to humiliate me. Then he became violent. Each day he'd invent a new punishment. Shut my room, burn my paintings, starve me. And without fail, I would be beaten. All visits were forbidden, all contact verboten. I was his caged bird, his pet. When we did go out, he used me to bait influential people. He sold me to Mr. Boddington simply to earn a place amongst this island's elite.
Was that not freedom from your brother?
He sold me as a thing, sir. Who do you think this gentleman was? I could not endure more cruelty. Mr. Holmes, I'm begging you. Please don't do this to me. Don't throw me from one cage to another.
You have suffered enough, Miss von Staub, but now it is over. I will not turn you in to the police.
I don't know what to say. What will happen with the case?
The usual. With their typical stupidity, the inspectors will confidently declare the case a tragic accident, and that will be that.
I didn't expect such kindness.
Kindness? No, where the truth reveals injustice, I expect accountability, but in this matter, Miss von Staub, I see no injustice at all.
Thank you, Mr. Holmes. I'll never forget what you're doing.
I am behind you 100%. I'm sure Miss von Staub wouldn't waste the chance for a better life.
Vale. Me queda esto de la moneda. Esto también. Bueno, me quedan 3. Vamos a continuar con la trama. A ver qué pasa. El de la galería nos mandó un paquete. ¿Esto qué es?
It's a bizarre object, and yet oddly familiar.
¿Como una sirena o algo así? La sirena de Copenhague.
Did you just remember something?
Yes. A room full of curiosities and artifacts. I think I can find it in the manor.
Sherlock.
So, you continue to pursue the imaginary. I had hoped you might have got all this out of your system by now.
Mycroft, what are you doing here? Get out of my house.
It's my house, actually. I've come to bring you back.
I have no interest in returning, let alone with you. I know you lied about Mother all these years, claiming she was merely ill, but she was unstable. She never had tuberculosis. She was not recuperating, but mentally deteriorating, and you never once thought to tell me. How dare you?
I shall not indulge this petulant tantrum. You can just tire yourself out and then slink back to London with your tail between your legs.
Just tell me everything. I'm an adult now. Show me the basic courtesy of an explanation. You know I will find out eventually.
The goal was stability, and that's what you got. The right thing for everyone was to try and move on from her passing.
The consequences of one's actions determines what is right or wrong.
Yes, exactly. The ends justify the means. After leaving Cordona, Sherlock, you had a normal childhood. In London, I was able to support you, guide you, shape you into a fine and productive young man. You have so much potential, so much to offer society.
But that's not the end. Now I found the truth, and it has shattered everything I knew about her, about you, and about myself. I feel unstable because of you. Your actions were not justified. Lying never is.
Oh, grow up, Sherlock. It was a white lie which has as much use in the realm of the interpersonal as the international. It is time you come to accept that some things are bigger than yourself.
Oh, you are full of it. You like to pretend you care about the big picture, but it's just an ego trip. You like knowing more than others. You like greasing palms and rubbing shoulders with the rich and powerful. You like having eyes and ears everywhere. The fact it helps the nation is incidental, because all you care about is yourself.
It's true. I have agents everywhere, including Cordona. If you weren't so damn stubborn, you'd realize that means I'm only here for you.
I remember returning home with a pair of perfect sticks. We wanted to turn them into training swords.
Oh, that's right. We stood there, frozen, staring at something huge in the main hall. It was a giant aquarium with a living mermaid in it.
Impossible. It must have been something else. Oh, of course, that mortifying hoax presently taking up space in our front yard.
Well, fine. Your memory's better than mine. But I'm sure we started examining it immediately. And someone else was around too.
It was my mother. She asked what I thought of the artifact.
You were really concentrating and holding something in your hand.
I inspected it with a magnifying glass and was able to confirm it was made of two different skeletons. The mermaid was a fake.
And so it was time to smash the thing. Your mother took a hammer and...
Slow down, John. That's not how it happened. I remember other people joined us. The workers took the artifact and placed it into the cabinet of curiosities. It became part of Mother's collection of fakes. She always said that the truth lies in the details. This mermaid helped me to learn that. Ah yes, my mother's studio. She was an authenticator, and this was her cabinet of curiosities.
I never saw the point. What does it matter if some artifact is real?
Clearly, it was deliberately
still
torn.
exists.
I wonder why someone would do that. The Tulpa, Studies in Tibetan Mentalism. An impressive number of bookmarks. Someone was rather obsessed with this subject. And this one was brought from a German museum, the so-called mummy of a Persian princess. I'm not sure I want to hear its horrifying, inhuman... 1852, Bingley, West Yorkshire. This photo caused a lot of fuss. My mother spent some time to prove it was a fake.
Ah, sí, lo de las hadas. Una época que la gente creía en eso.
Look, it's Roger. This jolly old man's well preserved. Even looks refreshed.
I doubt he drew much interest at the auction.
That's for the best. I'd be upset if he fell into the wrong hands.
So many calling cards. Mycroft liked to keep useful people at hand. Carefully opened. Dated 24th of April, 1869.
Ah, acusaron al médico.
Reliable and driven. I recognize Mycroft's handwriting. Officer Luciano J. Placido. This drawer was always closed. Only Mycroft knew how to open it.
I remember we tried to break it open and spy on him, but alas, had no success. Maybe today's the day. Oh, Sherry.
Oh, I remember these. We used them to spar together until Mycroft... I'm not sure I want to hear its horrifying, inhuman howl again. I remember this cozy blanket. It was perfect for...
Wigwam! Oh, that was a joy to build them. Imagining ourselves as wayfarers on the other side of the world.
Watkinson and Holman, Chapter 1, by Wallace de Orham.
Oh,
John, if I remember correctly, you couldn't put this book down. Another fake Holy Grail. Mother said this was among the hunting trophies of a Scottish Viscount.
So he tried to persuade everyone that his forest was inhabited by these beasts. It would have been thrilling if it were actually
The full plate
true.
armor of Sir Robert Saunford. I was told my father won it in a wager.
Armor is armor, but look at his sword. Oh, how badly I wanted to wield the blade. Maybe you take it instead of your pistol.
I'm starting to remember something. I used this ladder to look at the top shelf, right? On the day of Mother's breakdown upstairs.
Right you are, Sherry.
We heard a noise. I can't recall of exactly what, and we didn't have a great view from behind the statue. Books and papers from the table somehow ended up on the floor. Now it's coming to the surface. I feel it.
You're not even trying, Sherry. Concentrate. You're not even trying, Sherry. Concentrate. You're not even trying, Sherry. Concentrate.
Come on, Sherry. Let's go outside. Wait. Did you hear that? Come here, Sherry.
You call this progress? Charlatan, amateur. I'm not letting you anywhere near my mother again.
So there was a quarrel between them. I heard a noise in the hall. Let's check it out. Sherry, look! We've got a parcel here.
Espero en la mansión de Court Mankius en Turquoise Lane frente a la abadía de Cordona, al norte de Gran Sarai.
An invitation that comes with the mask. We can't miss this, Sherry.
Vamos a ir primero a lo de los muebles. Sí.
Don't miss out
Oriental
on my
rugs
unique
at a good
drawers.
price. Merhaba. It's a good day for a purchase. May your purchase bring you joy.
¿Qué más? Estoy comprando muebles para completar la mansión. Cuando se compran todos, pues se renueva.
Refresh your... My goods will brighten up your house.
Enciclopedia. Y me queda eso, que son 55.
Enjoy
lo tendré
your
en cuenta.
purchase.
Cosa más rara me acaba de dar, tío. Como un disfraz que me ha dado el tío.
Exquisite furniture for your home.
Aquí más. Vale, pues 55 moneditas, a ver si me la dan pronto. Y tengo que ir Turquoise Lane frente a la abadía de Córdoba. por aquí. Yo creo que es este sitio. Era una fiesta de disfraces, imagino.
Welcome, sir.
Aunque me recuerda un poco a la película esta White Side Shoot.
Enjoy the evening, sir. There is still
Un
plenty
poquito
of
sí,
time
¿no?
before the grand
El
finale.
que haya visto la
All
peli
right.
lo sabe. Claro, pero total. Cuando Tom Cruise se puso la careta y todo. Hombre, ya. Pero empezó así. Cosa más turbia, pero mira, se va poniendo interesante la cosa. El artista es el que me mandó la carta, el tío
What if
rubio
I
de
write an
antes.
article about these people here? Can you help me gather information about Cordona's...
John me ha pedido que busque una primicia
elite?
interesante sobre la élite local.
Ogle's gallery has a backer, I see.
My goodness, Sherlock. They made a blood fountain.
No, John, it's definitely not blood, just wine. Gahor, is it a guess?
Do you know what was...
Uy, uy, uy. Subasta. No, ruina. Tampoco. Arquitectura. ¿Sí? Hogar ancestral. No. Desaparición. Fraude. Puede ser desaparición o fraude. Vamos a probar otra vez.
Do you know what was here?
Vino hogar. Desaparición. Hogar. Subasta. Círculo mágico. Fraude. Arquitectura oculta. Antes de pertenecer a la familia Mankio, la mansión era de un arquitecto ocultista. Dedicó su vida a realizar un poderoso ritual de un tomo olvidado, pero los círculos mágicos ordinarios terminaron siendo demasiado débiles. Por eso construyó la mansión. Un ojo observador quizá note que sus formas se corresponden con las de ciertos símbolos mágicos y algunas paredes tienen hornacinas. Un día el arquitecto sencillamente desapareció. Solo quedó una mancha de ceniza en el suelo.
That's what I like about this party. Bring me more dirt, Sherry. One more... Curtains do not guarantee privacy.
And you still need a crack, despite being ethereal.
Parece que están haciendo cositas detrás de la cortina. Me falta más information, por lo visto.
These medieval botany, romantic poetry and prose. Codex Orchis. Why does this occult book sound like a flower? Well-known and recent plays to keep up to date with the current trends.
One of these books must open a secret passage. I know it.
Oh, okay. Bueno, seguramente pueda pasar luego.
Sherlock!
Friend, I wasn't sure you'd come.
Werner, I see you are not yourself.
The more time you spend here in Cordona, the more I feel it my duty to bring you into our world and show you all we have to offer.
And what is on offer today?
Pleasure, indulgence, relief, and relaxation. You've earned some time for yourself, have you not?
Those who know me would say I'm incapable of it.
Nonsense. I refuse to believe there is anyone permitted to know Sherlock Holmes.
You may be right.
Then free yourself from inhibition and expectation. The night is young, and so are the guests. You should try to enjoy both. It's not healthy for handsome men to spend every night alone, and certainly not in a house filled with such melancholic memories.
I must admit, my travels have proven more taxing than expected. I'm less confident in my life and myself. Time of relaxation seems a distant dream.
So can I tempt you with a physical aid to your... Yes, something more spiritual.
My mind is my most valuable asset, and my ultimate duty is...
Duty?
Of course I do. Expose...
That's not morality. Morals are what happens afterwards when truth... Do you ever follow up on cases you solved? Do you ever... And how do you choose where to direct...
You ascribe me more power than I possess. I have a narrow...
With every action or inaction, you place a finger on the scales of...
I haven't.
Not me, of course. Morality is subjective. Now I must insist on ease. Show yourself.
If this solution truly does assist with thinking, then...
Yes, Sherlock. And now... I just remembered. Please take this key. It opens the...
Pardon?
Go quickly and find our Fabio.
Vale. Pero todavía tengo que averiguar secretos. Terraplanista, ¿no?
Enjoy the event, sir.
I need a rest from my insatiable wife.
Oh, hey, handsome. I see that look in your eyes.
Can I ask you a question?
I can't help you with that, sir.
Are you able to help me?
No, I've never heard of it, but I can help you with something else.
You obviously haven't thought this all through. Or are you just annoying these people on purpose?
Do not distract me. It's not easy to play blindfolded.
I know the perfect girl for you. You have such pretty hands. What can you do with them? Want to go somewhere more private?
Nancho's had to enforce them up.
Adiós.
I'll pin them down with this scoop. Thank you, Sherlock.
Vale. Vaya por Dios.
My God. Was he here this whole time?
The herbs. This elaborate box must be. The ointment smells mouse-like. I presume it is an aphrodisiac prepared from a Spanish fly. This crude tattoo partially covers a slave branding. This golden handle has a bloodstain on it. The dagger is heavy and sharp, but lacks balance. This worm-like sigil has been drawn with his own blood. The wound is deep. A precise strike reached the heart. The victim has clenched the fabric so firmly in his fist that it's nigh impossible to remove it. A blunt force trauma may have suffered an internal hemorrhage. He died right here.
Le hicieron un rito satánico.
The sign reminds me of the astrological symbol for... This one looks like a twisted symbol of Venus, drawn in a hurry. The pitcher is empty, but with puddles around it. Blood clots are adhered to the sides of the drain.
El asesino se lavó las manos.
Identical to the robes the guests are wearing. Props, decorations, and tools for a more detailed set. This is a different ritual. A useful tool for a disguise arsenal.
How can anyone accept such behavior?
Esto es la mesa de una de las prostitutas.
Handcrafted and luxurious cufflinks. There's also a note. For my Fabio, Banchos.
Hola. Hola.
The key is similar to the one that Vogel gave me. The key is similar to the one that Vogel gave me. The capital F on the key fob might refer to Fabio.
Estamos investigando el asesinato en un club selecto.
Would you recognize me in one of these? I suppose not.
Similar to the guests' robes, apart from the bloodstains. Enough cigars to burn down the entire mansion.
Sí, porque me hizo raid antes.
An open wound spoiled the carpet.
Se refiere a la radio que tiene por las mañanas, la de Project Lighthouse Radio.
Blood. A sturdy bottle met a not so sturdy human. It didn't break only because it was unopened.
¿No sabías tú qué raro? Sí, en Twitch me hizo la raid con ese canal. Como no le he hecho promo todavía, aprovecho y lo hago y así ves cuál es. Le hacemos promo a la raid que nos hicieron antes. Aquí tiene. Es un canal nuevo y todavía está en pruebas. Porque se corta y eso, pero...
Why don't people tidy up after themselves?
Que se ha dado la casualidad de que cuando ha abierto Gato no has estado en el directo y en el propio título de su directo decía, hablaba de esta cuenta, o sea que hace un tiempo, un mes o algo así que está por ahí rulando. ¿Qué me habré saltado? Ah, mira, el tío está ahí.
Werner, care to explain what is going on here?
On nights like these, it's not unusual for some
Suelo abrir por
attendees
las
to get a little
mañanas.
exuberant. It's part of the appeal. Unfortunately, it appears things have gotten out of hand. Yes, some are more prone to bend the rules of morality.
That's murder. I doubt there's anything left to bend. Why did you not tell me immediately? We were chatting about trivial matters for some time.
If I'm completely
Sí,
honest, Sherlock,
lo hace
I've consumed a
trabajando.
rather
Pone
potent
música nada
cocktail of
más.
substances. My attention slips and drifts, but I'm glad I thought to call for you.
You sent me a disguise.
Oh dear, did I? Well, since I found the body, Mr. Manchios has agreed that you can investigate the matter. I promise my mind will behave itself going forward.
All right. Pull yourself together, Werner. What is it about these nights that you were so eager to share with me?
Well, they're not always in the evenings, but they are in the shadows. People gather to test their boundaries in a safe and consensual atmosphere, often with more stains than your typical crime scene. But that is the point. Who are we to judge?
I suppose that's fair. What about today, then? Was anything different?
Well, I was invited as a special guest. It was supposed to be a time of both divine and carnal pleasures. A scratch for every unconventional itch.
I imagine you're reeling from your shattered expectations.
On the contrary, there is still spectacle, stimulation, and release, merely in a different form. I like to let life entertain me.
Or death. Mr. Manchios is the owner of the manor, yes?
And the host of Cordona's most memorable parties. He promises even the ugliest guest a partner for the night. And for the ones with more unconventional tastes, Mr. Manchios provides other services.
What a caring person.
You cannot begin to imagine.
How did you discover the body? In between guzzles of alcohol?
I was set to perform in a fecundity rite with Fabio and came to inquire further. It was a staged ritual where he was to play the principle of life.
And the rehearsal was unsuccessful?
Who knows? I found him alone on the altar, his blood dripping to the floor.
And then?
Then I called Mr. Manchios. He was panicking, so I told him about you. We left the room and locked the door. Then we were...
Filling time?
Waiting for you was stressful. We indulged in some simple comforts. Overindulged, perhaps.
The police remain unaware of this tragic event?
Some of them may be hiding behind their masks. They conceal many
Seguramente.
things.
O con
But we didn't
drogas
want
o
the
algo por el
authorities to
estilo.
create more problems. Besides, after a few cocktails, their incompetence will have soared to new heights.
How do you know I even want the case?
I promised you relaxation. If there's one thing I know about you, Sherlock, it's that nothing soothes you more than a good mystery.
Were you well acquainted with Fabio, the victim?
Everyone knew Fabio, or wanted to. His beauty was the talk of the island. He was magnetic. Fat wallets fought for the privilege of having him. He offered the pleasures of performance, and more.
What about the fertility ritual? There was something about Fabio being a principle of life.
Fabio was supposed to portray the beauty of life's origin. Flowers, oil. Not this travesty that seems straight out of the Inquisition.
So this ritual is not the fertility rite. What was it meant to look like?
It begins with a woman lying naked in a flower bed on the altar. She represents Gaia, the earth. As I cover her in oils, we chant for the principle. As our calls reach a climax, Fabio enters and copulates with her. After he finishes, I stab her with a dagger. That part's just pretend, of course.
But the intercourse is not?
I did not expect you to be such a prude. Are you a virgin? It is nothing to be ashamed of, but it would explain the color of your cheeks. The fertility rite marks the start of our festivities. The principle of life is beautiful, intimate, essential. It must not be stopped.
Yet it appears that someone did stop it. What about the naked woman? Can you tell me anything about her?
Oh yes, Matista. She's one of Fabio's compatriots and a performer too. I haven't seen her today, actually.
When you discovered the body, was the door open?
No, it was locked. Oh, that reminds me. It's a minor detail, but the first time I came to speak to Fabio, I left without entering, having been unable to open the door.
You didn't have the key?
No, I had it. Don't look at me like that. I was mostly sober. I suspect there was a key in the other side of the door, blocking the lock.
That detail may very well be major, Werner. Well done. So you returned later only to find the lock was not blocked?
Correct. After an hour had passed, I tried again and was able to unlock the door. That's when I discovered poor, handsome Fabio.
Curioso, curioso. Estas son las cosas de ella.
Want to go somewhere more private?
¿Dónde está el dueño de la casa?
Enjoy the event, sir.
Honey, you feeling lonely? I'll be your friend.
Excuse me, just one question.
Don't take it personally, sir. But I know nothing about this.
Do not distract me. It's not easy to play blindfolded.
You've got a lot to do, Sherlock. You've got a lot to do, Sherlock.
Could you help me?
I can't help you with that, sir.
Desde luego no están todas las pistas.
Welcome, sir.
I guarantee we'll have a good time.
I should write to my friend about the handsome men here. He'd appreciate it. Let me see that stallion up close.
Is this familiar to you?
Excuse me? What? I'm not sure I know.
Oh, hey, handsome. I see that look.
Oh, there's beauties. Manchio's is the best, as always.
I need a rest from my insatiable wife.
My husband thinks I am playing bridge here.
Oh, there's beauties. Manchio's is the best, as always.
Hey, handsome. I see that looking.
I'm so excited about the event.
You have such pretty hands. What can you do with them?
I'm a little nervous. Another glass should calm me down.
Do you know anything about this?
Excuse me? What? I'm not sure I know.
May I ask for your assistance?
I can't help you with that, sir.
You obviously haven't thought this all through.
Voy a mirar. Me
Or are we
faltan
just
cosas.
annoying these people on purpose?
Es por una tontería
These
de...
medieval romantic poet Codex Orchis. Why does this occult book sound like a flower? Well-known and recent plays to keep up to date with the current trends. The ointment. This one looks like a twisted symbol of Venus, drawn in a hurry. Similar to the guests' robes, apart from the bloodstains. Props, decorations, and tools for a more detailed set. The sign reminds me of the astrological symbol for Mars.
Oh, these crime scenes always outdo my imagination.
You've got a lot to do, Sherlock.
A person leaned against the doorframe. They left a smudged trail of blood. A bloody handprint on an arm. The wounded person was here for some time. There appear to be no further traces leading to the altar.
So, Sherry, do you have any ideas about the case?
Perhaps. I think I can deduce what happened here.
Por la contusión le dio en la cabeza. tiene pinta. Me dieron en la cabeza aquí.
The bottle was used as a weapon during a scuffle in the smoking lounge. Then, to ensure no one would interrupt, the murderer locked the door. The unconscious body of the victim was moved to the altar room. Once the body was on the altar, the murderer thrust the dagger into the victim's heart. Symbols were drawn with the blood. The wardrobe was used to hide the bloodied robe from anyone's eyes. The killer washed himself and took a clean robe from the hanger before leaving.
Are you all right? You're on the floor, not moving.
I think I know what happened here. I'm starting to put the pieces together.
Fabio was stabbed.
I see nothing gets past you, Werner. Yes, he was stabbed, but only after being knocked out in the next room and placed here. I do not yet know why.
So, who's responsible?
Well, it was one person working alone, and the murderer has now donned a robe. He or she could be hiding in plain sight. We have lost time, Werner, but your discretion may prove to be a benediction after all.
Era una tapadera. ¿Por qué? Porque cuando observaba los símbolos en la pared decía, está mal hecho, como que no sabe hacerlo, ¿sabes?
The murderer had to have access to this room. After the crime, he used his own key to lock the door. So, who had the key to the altar room?
I'm not sure. As a special guest, I was provided one by Mr. Manchios. He should be able to tell you of any others.
Where can I find him?
Most likely in the main hall, entertaining his guests. But please be discreet.
Kurt Manchios, I presume. I'm Sherlock Holmes.
Oh, you must be the one Werner told me about. What a sweet voice you have. It must belong to a handsome young man. Can I call you Sherlock?
As you wish, Mr. Manchios. Mr. Vogel asked me to help you. The body in the altar room requires answers, and quickly. I suspect the murderer to still be here.
What? Lower your voice. I don't want anyone to hear us.
I need to find all those who had the key to the altar room. As far as I know, Mr. Vogel, Fabio, and you had access to it. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes. Also, Matista and Santos.
Santos? Who is that?
Santos Pinchetti, my major domo. In his opinion, at least.
I'd like to speak to Mr. Pinchetti and...
Of course, of course. Let me think. Matista is entertaining... What's that noise? What's going on? Freeze, filth. You're under arrest.
Ay. Una redada. Gracias. Me has detenido, ¿eh?
Committed a crime, and now I have to free you, kiss your hand, and
I did tell you that Mr. Vogel and I were innocent. I emphasized it in my statement.
Your statement? Thanks to some big... Thank God we had Vogel in his letter.
Bigwig? Oh, my wretched...
Wait, did you say Mycroft?
You knew my mother?
Not personally, no.
Would you happen to...
Well, I didn't make the inquiry.
You must help me. It would mean a great deal to me if you could find...
Huh. Got you hooked, right? Take this case. Report to me only, to Constable Harvey Oswald. I'll be a real copper. Question the suspect.
And if...
If he's innocent, then you can take... If you slip or mess with the evidence. Meanwhile, I'll be checking the archive for you.
Bueno.
I'm glad we managed to get the scoop before the raid.
Back on track to solve the case.
Look, I found Werner.
This area is restricted.
Did you hear Basilio Capello is... Did you hear Basilio?
Oh, well, I
Can you
guess
satisfy
we'll
my
have to try
curiosity?
it. Remember to focus only on what's relevant to the room.
Did you hear Basilio?
A ver. A ver.
Did you hear Basilio?
Vendetta no, bajo el culto tampoco. Compañía, escándalo, la esposa. No.
Oh, well, I guess we'll have to try again. Remember to focus only on what's relevant to the room.
Did you hear Basilio?
In the police. Let's pretend to be cops, eh? We could just...
Step.
Stand around and look confused.
What a long day.
Can I ask you a question? Unfortunately, my casebook is empty on this. Excuse me, but are you Mr. Capello? My name is Sherlock Holmes. I'm hoping you could spare a moment to talk.
Manners, what a pleasant surprise. Most of your colleagues have...
You're a suspect, sir, but not...
Manners,
You are surprisingly composed for a man accused...
Life is full of surprises. You'd be astonished how many deals go sour. I am confident...
And yet your fist tells a different story.
A fight? I'm afraid not, young man. To succeed in life, you don't need...
Please, tell me how you ended up in this situation.
Well, this morning some clients arrived to finalize their purchase of a Capello modular safe. But when we opened the door, out tumbled a dead man.
And I take it this wasn't normal?
No, I normally keep my corpses in the wardrobe. Please, young man, spare me your wit. The rest of the day was a blur. I recognized the victim, and it seems so did the police.
Who sent for the authorities?
No one. As it happens, we had a break-in last... So,
You mentioned you were showing your wares to some prospective buyers when the safe was opened. Who were they?
Clerks from the bank. They inspected the safe from top to bottom yesterday. I assumed the sale was just a formality at that point.
And the safe was closed?
It's usually open, but it locks automatically when...
A coffin? Help me.
Yeah.
And
Armit?
I have... You say you became the suspect when the police identified the victim. Is there history between you?
Surely you jest. That man and I have never met, and never would, unless he became the first deity in history to you.
Some sort of family?
You must be new to God. The Capella...
And does that...
I told you, sir, it's an old story, or it was. I fear this horrible event portends worse to come. My wife...
I'd like to...
I'm not sure I see the connection, but if you wish to...
Was it also...
No, my wife did. She had stayed late yesterday.
Well, Mr. Capella...
Here, take my card.
Thank you.
Please, I shall...
Mrs. Cabello, please wait in the office. The inspector will be here soon.
You must be the inspector.
Would you be Augusta Capello?
Must I really repeat myself to every baby-faced man in uniform that strides in?
Forgive me, I am not the inspector, but I am working on your husband's case.
Then I have nothing to...
Whilst I prefer German composers, the harp solo from Lucia di Lammermoor stands out as one of Donizetti's finest contributions to the form. I'm sure Basilio thought the same.
He did. How? Did he tell you how we met?
Oh, there was no need. It is trivial to observe, and even an amateur Italian harpist would...
Yes. Music.
Much as I appreciate the truth. Please.
I am not unappreciative.
Basilio tells me you were present during the burglary yesterday.
Oh, it gave me such a fright. Please.
Were you familiar?
No.
You've had...
En las oficinas, en Adler Street. al este.
Hello there.
Ill-fitting pants, wonky nose, and...
Oh, it's...
You did? Alas, you're mistaken.
Oh, of course. Discretion. I'm sorry.
Mr. Capello told me you were present during the burglary and scared the...
Hey, you should have seen it. As soon as the burglars saw me, they went... I heard a thud. And clearly, my reputation...
You're a guard, but you didn't...
Well, by the time I made it outside, that kind of gentle...
What did the thief...
Shorter than me, mid-20s, a huge scar across the right cheek going from the eye. Short hair.
Hold on. She?
Why did you assume it was a man? It's the 19th century, sir.
Yes. When did the...
After 10 in the...
Does she know?
No, it's the first time it happened. I was explaining. Then there was a scream, and
I know what happened next, thank you.
Of course. I write down...
Fastidious. I must go...
Oh, don't.
Right.
The best on the market. You can wallop them, you can burn them. Nothing will work.
Menos mal que iba disfrazado.
Blood on the safe door could have been left by the victim. Bruises, torn nails, bleeding was severe and continued at length. Clear indications of blunt trauma, possibly inflicted before the victim was in the safe. Bulging veins, cyanosis, bloodshot eyes, odd foaming in the mouth. Clothes are not fully buttoned. Was the victim dressing or undressing? What a rotten way to die.
Yeah, what a shame.
The bottle is half empty. A wine, well enjoyed.
Amigo. No, eso no es lo que yo buscaba.
recently used, but why would it be here?
Oh, why do I get the worst jobs? Oh, actually, no.
Is this code memo still valid?
Oh, yes. It's the same combination code everywhere. It corresponds to Mrs. Capello's birthday, actually. In fact, during this year's celebration, I was allowed a sip of champagne.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, actually, no. I know of it, but forgot.
Have you noticed anything different about Mrs. Capello recently?
Not really. Probably because of the 100 best curry. Oh, and we've been running out of paper a lot. She's very particular about the paper we use. Only one store. I know of it, but forgot.
What can you tell me about Mr. Capello?
He's a good employer, but very focused on work and very serious about not everyone.
Good to know. Do you know anything else about the dead body in the safe?
Well, you can survive 3 weeks without food, 3 days without water, 3 hours in harsh weather, and 3 minutes
of you talking
without air. I'm sorry, did you say something?
No, very... The concert program from 7... Two theatre tickets for Shakespeare's Othello. The performance is tomorrow.
Have to respect the classics.
Curioso.
Well-organised workplace?
Mr. Capello is the best.
Okay, this chap is seriously creepy.
Do you know anything about these entries?
No, but Mr. Capello is so well organised. I use a different method, very popular among the Buddhist monks. You create an attic in your mind and...
I'm familiar. Keep it tidy, put only necessary information in, remove unnecessary information regularly.
What? No, it's called an attic. You just stuff it with everything. You never know what might prove helpful someday.
That is profoundly upsetting. Do you know whose keys these are?
Probably Mr. Capello's. Police took him so suddenly. I have the same set, but it's more efficient. Has fewer keys.
So you don't have access to the entire office?
No. Only Mr. and Mrs. Capello have the key to the back door. I know of it, but forgot.
Do you know what this note might be about?
I cannot presume to know another's mind, of course, but probably due to their lack of children. One of my oldest friends helps...
You don't have...
Oh, well, he says that's...
No. The letter F is inscribed within a four-leaf clover pattern. Passe muraille. Walk through walls in French. Our thief seems rather arrogant. The letter F. A comprehensive set of lockpicks, recently cleaned with no fresh scratches.
Ha desaparecido.
I'm going to catch the criminal myself. But later.
Can we please do this later? Can we please do this later? Can we please do this later? I don't know. Can we please do this later?
To the best of your knowledge, does the safe's combination remain the same?
Nearly always. We have a default combination code we use on all...
And no others?
I don't know. I certainly can't. I'm just so exhausted, sir. I'm just so exhausted, sir. Can we please do this later? Can we please do this later?
Mrs. Capello, would you think your husband capable of that which he is accused?
No. He approached... Indeed, in...
Thank you, Miss...
Good day. Your ticket, please.
I'd like to check the evidence.
And who are you?
Oswald sent me.
His partner, then?
All the keys of the mansion on one golden ring. A heavily perfumed handkerchief with the initials KM in the corner. It's a miracle this ruby hasn't tempted anyone. A handcrafted charm that contains hair and nail clippings. Her key to the altar room. That's not for bedtime reading. This Ex Libris belongs to Manchios Library. The book describes a ritual similar to the one performed in the altar room. Not the time for privacy. Werner's personal sketchbook. An emergency kit for boredom. Thank you, officer. Oh, what a long day.
I'm afraid I have nothing to add to this. Not much to say. I'm sorry.
Is this note still valid?
Oh yes, we use this code by default for each safe. Now sometimes a buyer may ask to see how it can be changed, but I always reset it afterwards.
And the safe containing the body used the default code, I presume?
As it happens, no. In my demonstration, I wanted to show the bank clerks how easy it was to set a different combination.
Interesting. Thank you. I'm interested in some entries in your diary that may prove important. Could you elaborate on these ones here?
Bene. I won't name the detective, but rest assured that is... And those safe entries are about an... We met yesterday, and today...
You've been a good...
Another question?
What was your intent behind this note?
This is...
Its relevance, as it were.
My wife Augusta joined me in business half a...
I appreciate... How long have you known your wife, Mr. Capello?
How is that relevant, young man?
Please, I need a complete picture of all the parties involved.
It seems unlikely, although... We met 7 years ago. Augusta was a...
And you and your wife?
I love her most dearly, and I know Augusta loves... Have you learned anything?
Please let me rest.
I'm gonna catch the criminal myself. But later.
Strength, security, peace of mind. Tacky.
Well, you know, that's your opinion, good sir.
Vaya chorrada por lo del cual. En fin. No tiene nada que ver, pues debe de ser un caso bastante complicado.
They sell door locks, padlocks. No Sherlocks, though. Probably for the best. Imagine dealing with two of you. Ugh.
I'm gonna catch the criminal myself. But later.
Y ahora como sigo, tío, en la comisaría. A ver. Creo que me falta information en los archivos de la familia Detti y todo este rollo. Voy a guardar.
I've nothing to say about this. I don't think I can tell you anything about this.
Have you considered Mr.
The snitch? Have you seen it?
As a major could...
Right. They brought him in, Mr. Holmes. Here's the key to...
Thank
you. can question Mr. Pinchetti in the interrogation room.
Hasta no tenía nada que ver con esto, era el otro... Taller la oficina, sí, mira. Curioso, ¿verdad? Curioso. Está sujeto. No sé.
Please let me rest.
Would you like to report a crime?
So much work, so little time.
¿Y ahora qué hago, tío?
Please let me rest.
Werner, are you all right?
Oh, yes, yes.
You should... Ha! Of course not. I find proof...
Well, I wonder... Suppose you couldn't get the proof. Would that not...
There are lines I will not cross, Werner.
Really?
That is absurd. So, the police...
I cannot tell if it was truly in my pocket.
Well, that is one...
No clue. But this night has been...
Indeed.
I can't remember that either. But I tend... I don't think I can tell you anything about this.
I have learned who told the police...
Do I know him?
The Major Domo.
Well, then he does his job perfectly. The air here is rather refreshing. I'd even recommend that some of my friends visit the place.
I recognize the key from the altar room among these. Mr. Pinchetti?
I've already told him everything I know.
And I've read...
But
I doubt the house... You are the major domo of a rich... You hide, under heavy makeup, a skin disease that might be treated with more onerous...
Do not have a lot of means. The pay is...
But you could easily change your job.
One can change his...
And the blood on you.
I don't actually know.
Chaito, Laura. Buen viaje.
I know nothing about this. I can't help you. I know nothing about this. Don't expect me to know anything about it. I can't help you. I know nothing about this.
Mr. Manchios says that you begged him to be included in the heritage.
He's not only my employer, he's my uncle. Mr. Manchios flatly refuses to pay a family member. All I have to do is repay. He's imprisoned me. The best I can...
Is it that bad?
For God's sake. I'm forced to die and still...
Why do you think... Did you know
Not personally. He was a frequent... Mr. Manchios always had a role for him, and mainly the leading one.
Ametista? Was she...
Don't tell her I said this, but I do not think so. Mr. Manchios used to see her as a worker. She was tasked with entertaining.
Bueno, de momento no lo sé.
I'm Sherlock Holmes. I'm helping...
This body. Yes.
Please, I'm just here to...
It will not bring...
You have both old and new scars. Some from the time when you were a slave with Fabio. Other scars have a different origin. The guests pay good money to torment you?
I am skilled in giving pleasure, but I don't participate in such practices.
I thought your body was...
For sale? It's true. Many unwanted things were done to my body. And the pain helped me to discover...
Occult deities? Yes, the tattoo speaks loudly of it.
Yes. Your gods abandoned me, and the ones I favor now are more protective of me.
How did you escape?
Something happened. One night the master fell down the stairs. I made him fall, and he died. We ran away that day. We managed to get on a ship and traveled here, to Cordona. Fabio and I started a new life here. It was very hard at first, but it became better with time. Until today.
The bruises on your neck.
Some guests can't contain themselves. I have nothing to add. I have nothing to say. I don't know what to say. I have nothing to say. I have nothing to say. I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say. I have nothing to say.
Could Fabio have written this letter to Kurt Manchios?
Oh. That could be. I never thought Mr.
What do you mean?
Well, Fabio wanted to disassociate from Mr. Manchios. Clients who are in love are both a blessing and a curse.
But Fabio was here tonight.
Money. In our line of work, we can't afford to turn down clients who pay as well as Kurt Manchios.
Was Fabio afraid of Mr. Manchios?
Not at all. The old toad wouldn't dare to do more than sweet talk and touching. Talk can be forgotten, and touching washed away. I have nothing to say. I don't know what to say. I have nothing to add. I have nothing to say. I don't know what to say.
This book, The Power...
To learn more about the invisible strengths that govern us. I cast a...
Or...
The universe is rarely...
If you... Do you practice occult rituals?
For protection? For fortune? I have the gift.
Did you use...
But I suppose I'm not...
Good day, Mr. Manchios. I am...
Be quick, and...
If you cooperate...
That voice.
Only an undercover agent can... Although I'm...
Sharp-tongued, I like it. May I...
Nothing's changed. I'm looking for the murderer. That's the...
But it shouldn't take much time, correct?
I need to...
Se lavo las manos.
You are a little over the top with your use of makeup, Mr. Manchios. Is it so difficult for you to acknowledge your age?
Well, Sherlock, that's easy for you to say to an old man when you look as though you are barely 15.
But still, it shouldn't be an issue for someone of your status.
For people of my age, it isn't an issue, no. But the younger ones can be so afraid of wrinkles and grey flecks. I have to adapt.
Such a methodical man who cares for his body but misses the soap under his fingernails. Are you so impatient, or perhaps even impulsive?
I wouldn't call myself that. Silly little details. If I missed it, it wasn't important. Or rather, it was less important than who or what I was focused on.
What was Fabio like? His personality, his habits? Anything you can tell me?
He was the brightest star of my parties. Young, magnetic, and full of energy. I don't even want to mention his beauty. His performances were flawless.
Possibly.
I wouldn't restrict my guests from anything.
Mr. Vogel told me a little about your...
I'm all yours, Sherlock. You have...
Why did you...
He's a pretty fellow. He's capable of surprising the...
I suppose...
He is a free addition to the eccentricity.
I'd like to know who...
Free minds who are able to leave reality. There is nothing that quite spices...
Oh, all true laborers.
You'd better ask someone else. That's not something I know much about. You'd better ask someone else. You'd better ask someone else.
I've read the letter about your will. A harsh method of ridiculing Santos. I doubt he will use mustache wax when he wears no...
Where did you get it? Is the slug here? He's a grown man who shouldn't sit on his uncle's neck.
And who...
He's a leech on my aging body.
I fail to see...
He needed to know his place.
Do you have any idea who tipped...
Of course. It was you.
A good guess, but the wrong one.
What? Santos? But how could he even know?
Not a very...
What should I call him then, since he's a snitch? You'd better ask someone else. I've no idea about that. I've no idea about that. That's not something I know much about.
You bought an expensive pair of cup...
It was pure business. Fabio escorted me a few...
This pair cost a small fortune.
You've thrust a knife in an exposed... With my experience and his beauty. You'd better ask someone else. That's not something I know much about. I've no idea about that. You'd better ask someone else.
Do you recognize this book?
She didn't ask me.
The things described...
Do you really believe that blood, symbols, and incantations... My rituals are a... That's not something I know much about.
There is undeniable evidence...
What are you talking of?
Your protégé wanted a fresh start.
Me?
He did not consider him... Do you have any idea as...
You were the detective. Perhaps...
I know I can handle the news.
Please let me out.
I have reason to believe that the intended recipient of the incrimination...
Well, that makes sense. Too bad I can't remember.
Unfortunately, even with an answer, that may still not...
I hope you're...
You being on a bender?
Touché.
De momento me sale. No te sabría decir, ¿eh? No te sabría decir que... A ver. Sabía que me hacía falta un brazo. A ver. Ladrón. Crimen. Sospechoso.
maybe it would be wise to take a look around outside before we enter. Just a thought.
Clay Street. Hola, gato. Está un poco lejos, ¿no? Bueno, da igual. Estamos buscando a una ladrona que es sospechosa de un caso de un tío que estaba en una caja fuerte. Y por otro lado tenemos el caso de la trama principal, que consiste en una fiesta rollo White Tie Shot.
Other gangs are planning an attack on the backyard, boys.
A ver. Jefe cojo. Venganza. Vendido soplón. De Minor Sand. A ver. En el mercado de la zona centro. Y si me disfrazo de...
Buy some clothes and help me feed my family. Step right up. Why would you even come here then?
Despite the... Take a look. Maybe something will catch your eye. Go away if you don't want to buy.
Excuse me, just one question.
I can't tell you because I don't know.
Extra! Extra! Turn in a blind eye. A blind jewel takes another victim. The murderer... The cheapest news on the island. Thank you.
Nasılsın?
The worst... Step right up. it back in one piece, or you'll have to buy it. Step right up. Why would you even come here, then? The worst clothes at the best price.
The best of flea markets can... Take a look. Maybe something will catch your eye. Go away if you don't want to buy.
Hello, mister. I've got some information for you. Heard you were asking.
Have you now? Well, let's hear it.
All of them bandits are getting ready for a bruising. Sticks and guns and angry faces all round.
I see. Take this for you.
Oh, thank...
Supposed to be Philip from London. Good impression.
¿Y ahora? Me he complicado la vida porque puse algo de difícil, ¿verdad? Lo he ido complicado, tío.
Hello, mister.
Have you?
So the bandits, right?
Interest.
Heard it with...
Oh, good.
Oh, what a...
Supposed to be Philip from London. Good impression.
One man's trash is another man's...
Buy some clothes and help me feed my family.
¿Dónde estaba eso?
Help me, please.
Are you talking to me? You'd better not be.
I'm coming.
Too simple.
I'm coming for you.
Don't bother moving. You've lost.
I'm coming for you.
Too simple.
Time to knock this guy out. Give him the pepper snuff.
I'm coming.
I couldn't miss the party.
The snuff's ready.
Dodge this! I couldn't miss the party.
Too simple.
Give him the pepper snuff.
I couldn't miss the party.
The snuff's ready.
Too simple.
Give him the pepper snuff. You can overcome the brute now.
Don't.
The snuff's ready. It's all yours now. Go for it.
Mierda, la de
Too simple.
Give him the pepper snuff.
Okay, I give up.
And here we are, Miss Sevigny. A place where we can...
What are you talking about?
Is there nothing you didn't... Thieve for the gang, break into the armor...
What?
So you admit the rest.
Vale, no lo mató ella, está claro.
You were in the Armor Capello office yesterday evening, Miss Sevigny. The same place that Niccolo Detti was found dead today. What happened?
How would you know? You can't prove anything?
It's written all over you, Miss Sevigny. I presume you did not intend your evening to end with a fall over the railing and a fracas with felines. Need I continue?
Zut alors! It was just a job, nothing else. I was asked to come. Here, see for yourself. I don't know who hired me, but I think they wanted to pin the crime on me. Poor Niccolo.
When were you offered this job?
Ah, mon Dieu. I don't remember precisely.
And you were...
Perhaps 45 minutes later?
I don't...
No, wait. Okay.
You knew Mr. De...
Niccolo and I grew up together. I hadn't seen him in years, then ran it...
And that was the...
Wait. Until I found him dead yesterday. That same woman.
You saw a woman?
Mm-hmm. She started screaming, so I slammed the safe door and ran when I saw a guard coming.
Your thieving days may well be over, Miss Sevigny.
Podía ser.
Oh, what a long day.
Another question? Another question? I'm afraid I have nothing to add to this.
Mr. Capello, have you any...
Not a whit. The woman is a liar and a criminal.
What exactly was your relationship with Niccolo Detti?
Who?
Madam, please, a young woman dedicated to her music and an enthusiast, and then about 6 months ago you met Niccolo Detti. There was...
How?
But your tryst didn't go unnoticed. Felicia Sevigny spotted you with Niccolo. You started working with your husband at the office and met your lover there in the evening after. Billy would not notice, and... Do I have this right so far?
Yes. Niccolo. Oh, sweet Niccolo.
And your husband suspected something.
I...
And thus we arrive at the... Madam...
I don't...
Are you sure?
It is...
Oh, what a long day.
Bueno.
Oh, what a long day.
Were you aware of this, Mr. Capello? Of the relationship between your wife and Niccolo Detti?
Enough! I will not hear it. Augusta is an impressionable woman feeling the stress of this horrible situation. She does not understand what she's saying.
I see. So, you think...
I think that if you want to help, you should...
I will return...
Pues yo creo que fue el marido, También te digo. O sea, aunque el marido sea celoso.
It is a shame it has come to this, but it is patently obvious that you are responsible for Niccolo Detti's death.
How dare you? I wouldn't want him to.
I see you need some persuasion. I know that Niccolo Detti went to the office to meet you. It was a midnight tryst. Niccolo would visit the office once Basilio left, but this time he returned. So you hid Niccolo in the safe. A foolish move.
I didn't know the code had changed. It was the only choice. I couldn't let him be found. I loved him.
Really? You could have saved his life by simply speaking with your husband, but you sought to free him another way. To free Mr. Detti, you hired Felicia Sevigny, a petty burglar, to crack the safe, and as a result, you killed your lover.
No. It's because the combination had changed. It is not my fault.
You are splitting hairs, Mrs. Capello. The fact remains you chose to risk Niccolo's life rather than call your husband. And I know why. You were afraid how it would affect the reputation of the Capellos, and you feared what your husband would do as a consequence.
He's a good man, but he cares about his business, about the family. It would have destroyed him.
And now he's accused of murder, Mrs. Capello. How considerate of you.
Mio Dio, how did this all happen?
Mrs. Capello, there is a way out of this mess. When the inspector arrives, tell him very little, insist you were with your husband and that he is innocent. But afterwards, you must tell Basilio about Niccolo. You wronged your husband. He deserves the truth.
Perhaps.
Goodbye, madam.
I'm behind you with this one. Some people deserve a second chance.
Es que lo mató sin querer. Bueno, ahora ya tenemos esto terminado. Dejamos el caso del cordero para mañana y a ver si avanzamos más rapidito. Ya han sido 4 horas y media de partida y vamos a ver a quién podemos hacerle una raid. Mira, aquí hay alguien jugando. Muchas gracias a todos. Nos vemos. Hasta pronto. Un besito.